What's up, everybody? Hello, welcome to the stream. I guess I can keep myself up here in the top right. I guess that's fine. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate all of you for hanging out. I thought it was Thursday today for some reason. Maxime Maeda, Yogan, Haskell, Stimsy, Seti, Ben, Mixed Nuts, Jamie, Ennis, Jeff. Jeff, I did take a break. What's up, Kesval? Okay, so as the title implies, we are going to be attempting to port Vaul, which is a drawer component for React unlike any other because it behaves similarly to like an iOS drawer. So we can do things like drag it. I think there's also snap, like snap points and stuff as well. So yeah, like a mobile device, you can see how it's super nice. Hey, Gigi, I appreciate that. Thank you all for the support. I wish I could be, honestly, I wish I just like wanted to do this out of the kindness of my heart for the community, but I really just want to do it for like myself in a sense, right? I want these components for me, which I think you actually need in order to execute on these things. Because I'm sure everybody would want them for the community, but how bad do you want them? For me, I want shadcn-svelte to catch up with the original, of course. You know, as soon as I get caught up or I'm getting close to getting caught up, he has to drop all of these. So this one will address the drawer. We already have pagination, I think. Yes, we have pagination as part of bits, but I think there's a PR outstanding for it, which I need to review and merge. Yeah, this would be really nice to have. So I secured the package name already, but this isn't going to be the repo we use. We're going to use a new repo. What am I doing here? So I'm going to open this in another window and put this over here. Okay, so this is zoomed in now. Let me drop the font size a bit. I'm trying to find the right balance of like what is comfortable for me to work productively at, and then what is also comfortable for you all to read. Particularly those on smaller screens or mobile devices. This still feels slightly big, but I think I can work with this for now. Okay, so time to initialize a new Svelte app. Should it be Vaul Svelte? Is that what I got? Or did I do Svelte Vaul? I think Vaul Svelte sounds better. So if you're interested in contributing to, or you're interested in like publishing a library, this video or this stream will be informative for you as well, because I'm going to be setting everything up. Yeah, MetaMeme. That's the goal. I talked to Thomas Thomas Lopez, I think he's still going to probably do something similar with melts. And honestly, I may end up needing his assistance with this. Because he is a much better developer than I am. So, but he had mentioned doing it, or asked him if he would do it. But then I decided yesterday that I kind of wanted to do it, give it a shot. Oh, what's up, Jaden? Okay, got it. Makes sense. Yep. Not Svelte 5, unfortunately, not yet. So yeah, if you're interested in publishing a library for Svelte, this video or this stream will be informative as well. Sonner, I just refactored it yesterday. I want to say Robert was reviewing the PR. What's up, Zephyr? There was, yeah, it's actually, he already released it, looks like. Yep. So 3.9, I've already added it to shadcn-svelte, so we'll probably do that later today, like publish it along with pagination. This issue should be fixed as well. Can't reproduce it. So we really only have one issue, which I'm not really too sure what this one's implying here. Did you all lose audio? Is that just me? Oh, I know what happened. My phone connected to my audio. Give me a sec. Maybe not. Okay, y'all did lose audio. Got it. Okay, what about now? Yeah, everything's wrapped up with Sonner to my knowledge right now. Give me 2 seconds. I need to restart my mix. Okay, I think you all have it back now, right? So yeah, Svelte Sonner is wrapped up, at least to my knowledge. There might be some bugs y'all discover once you start using it, but for the most part, it's cleaned up. It's good. And the latest version was released 40 minutes ago. So we're starting with absolutely nothing here. I haven't looked at the internals too much of Vaul. I know it does rely on Radix's dialogue. So that's what I'm going to be kind of doing, is just auditing, and really like porting it is just a matter of, like, I want to emphasize the hard work here has already been done. Like the hard work has already been done by email or ML. I think it's email. As far as getting all the logic down, with porting it, it's just a matter of being able to it's basically being a translator, translating it from React to Svelte. So of course, there's not really a nice one-to-one mapping for everything that you use in React to use in Svelte. So you have to kind of determine how you're going to handle certain things. Like obviously state reactivity is different in Svelte than it is in React, as well as like effects, things like that. Yeah, you can react. Yeah, you can write React looks with runes. Yeah. But I'm not going to be using Svelte 5. I do sleep, Zephyr. It's only 5 o'clock here. I actually wanted to start earlier, but I lost track of time. So if you're using shadcn-svelte, actually, good time to highlight this really quick. If you're using shadcn-svelte, an incredible individual by the name of Adrian, aka Coca Koala, submitted a PR that came out with one of these releases here. Where's the... Oh, it's over here. Wait, where's the releases at? Oh, right here. So if you've noticed your dev server takes like 5 years to start, if you're using shadcn-svelte, it's likely because of Lucide or Lucide, however you say this, or the radix icons. And it's because they export all their icons from a single index file or single barrel file. And then Vite basically pre-optimizes all of those. And of course, even if you're not using them. So Adrian here made this update to where you can now, like, if you're importing a component from, or an icon from Lucide, the latest version, you can just do import activity from lucide-svelte/icon/activity. And then you can do this for all your icons and it won't bog down your dev server. So I'm going to also refactor shadcn-svelte to use that style of imports. It sucks because now you have, one line per import, but it takes forever to start the dev server if you have a bigger application. And then the dev server for the repo itself, for shadcn-svelte itself, has both radix icons and Lucide or Lucide icons. So it takes like a hot minute to start up on my relatively fast computer. Hey, no worries, Jaden. No worries at all. Okay, so I first just want to look here at the component. So they have a lot of events going on. Here's all the state. Okay. Okay, so we may have to make some modifications to our dialogue maybe in bits to support this. I know for a fact we're not exposing these events, but that's fine. We can just set up a link for the time being and then handle that later. Let me go and read through the documentation just to get an idea as to how this thing is customized. I use Copilot, yeah. I use ChatGPT for certain things. Basically, I use ChatGPT if I can't find something within the first couple seconds on Google. But yeah, I use Copilot every day. It's incredible. But I don't use it. I just use it for like autocomplete. I don't prompt it, I guess. I mean, sometimes I do without actually prompting it. Like I'll write a function and be descriptive with the name and it'll, you know, make its assumptions. But yeah, I definitely use it for things I'm unfamiliar with. But when I use it, I try to use it in a way that's beneficial, like not just give me the code that I want and let me copy and put it in my app. I actually will usually ask it questions. So I think ChatGPT I use more than anything asking it questions about why something behaves the way that it does. I ask it the why questions. And sometimes it's wrong as hell, and that's okay. I can usually tell if it's wrong because it doesn't make sense, but okay, and then they just link to like the props for the different dialogue things. So it's really this is gonna actually kind of suck. Well, not suck, but I think we're gonna have some issues. I'm already seeing some things that we may have issues with because and this actually was recently raised, I think, with bits or with melt. Because basically what we're doing, we have, instead of melt, we have so every time I use PNPM, there's a new update available. I don't know if that's just me or what, but so with melt, with our outside click stuff, we have this use click outside action, which basically adds event listeners to the document and then handles like clicks that way. But I don't know if we expose away. Yeah, so we should likely expose away with melt to like handle this differently. Because I'm not sure as far as like the order of events will go, if this one would register and would get hit before it came to this handler. So that might be an issue for us, but we'll see. Okay, so I guess what we can do is go ahead and start putting this thing together. So they have a root component, which has a bunch of states and refs, which we're not going to need a lot of these things. Yeah, Jay, this is Svelte 4. Zephyr, that's correct. Yeah, only once it's stable. I mean, I've been messing with it a lot. I like it a lot. It's going to make things a lot better, but they could also change the API entirely, and it's just a waste of time. Uh-oh. Hey, email. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you here. You've made some amazing components. So I'm looking forward to learning more about it. If anybody doesn't know, that's the creator of this component as well as Sonar for React. So the person that, yo, Jeff, thanks for becoming a member, man. Appreciate that. So they made Sonar and Vaul originally. So they did all the hard work, as I was mentioning earlier. The hard work's already been done here. It's just a matter of translating it now. Yeah, incredible job though. These. Okay. So what I'm tempted to do here, so with Svelte, we can do because what happens in React is basically, as you can see in the root here, they're defining all these states, and then they have a provider, context provider essentially, down wherever the hell it's at, down here, where basically they're just passing those down or putting those in the provider, and then all the children are able to reach up and get those values should they need them. What we do, and what I'll probably do with this as well, is basically we just need some type of closure to put all that logic inside of. That everything else can then reach up and get and receive from. So let me just, like, looking at Melt here, you can see that's pretty much what we do with Melt. So looking at something more complex, like a menu, for example, you can see that we have this create menu builder. And we keep all the state here, right? So we have, this one actually isn't a great example because we kind of combine a few different ones, but let me just look at, I don't know, what's a more complex one that isn't abstracted away? I guess we can look at date field. So for date field, we have like all this state here that's in like the top level of this function. So then any of these functions that are, I guess, spawned out of this one, right? Or this one returns. So we have like a hidden input, which basically is a store. Let's see here. This field, for example, like the action in here is able to access all of this state up here, but it's still scoped to this single instance of this date field. So I'm tempted to take that approach with this because that's kind of how Svelte 5 is gonna, it's gonna be easier to transition to Svelte 5 that way as well. I'm just trying to think here really quick about how I want to do this. Let me just see what components rely on some of those things in the context. So like here, the content grabs all this stuff from the context itself. Well, I guess a good example as well to look at here, I guess compare this to, is like the command K port. I think it's command.ts. So like basically all the logic is in here. Because the problem with Svelte is single file components, and then bouncing around between them to figure out, okay, what am I passing down to the dialog? Okay, now I have to like jump into that file, jump into this file, jump into that file. Like with the command K, we just have this create command function, which is basically like a builder. And all of that state is here, as well as context, right? This is gonna be a standalone package, Jaden. Hey, thank you, Miglo. I appreciate that. I don't stream on Twitch because it was always crashing. So I was using Restream to stream to YouTube and Twitch, and then Restream would just stop working. And so I was tired of them, tired of spending, I don't know, $200 a year with them for unstable services. And with YouTube, it's not like Twitch where you can just like quickly restart your stream. You have to schedule and start a whole nother stream with YouTube. And it was annoying. So maybe I'll give it a try in the future. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of take this approach here where we have essentially like a builder for this, but it's going to be abstracted from the user. So it'll just be used with the components, but it makes it much easier to set up. And then basically like this is going to be the root, right? So this is like the root component. And so it's going to have all these like same props. So what we do here is we just yoink all of this. So with Svelte, they strongly type the current target, whereas other like naturally JavaScript doesn't actually. It could possibly be undefined here, but since we're applying the event directly to an element, Svelte knows the current target of this event is going to be that element. I don't know if I'm exactly right here. I think this is correct, but I can just test real quick. My editor's being crazy here. Did I not export that? Oh. So if I have a handler here, like let's just say I have function, click handle, or I guess I could just do, yeah. And I should be able to do like mouse event and then maybe HTML div element. Okay, so I have something wrong here. Oh, whatever, button. Make this an HTML button element. It's okay, I've done this before. There we go. Oh, actually, this is not it. Oh, these are the new Svelte 5 stuff. Wait, is this not correct? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, that's why. This isn't actually a function. It's not really a There we go, okay. Hey Cax, welcome. Thank you. What's my theme? I use GitHub Dark. Use GitHub Dark. It's nice because I see the same stuff on GitHub that I see on my IDE, which is super nice. So for these things, like we can just make these the custom events, which so I always put everything in an internal that I'm not going to expose to the user. So these things are going to be exposed to the user. Everything I want to expose to the user will probably go directly in lib, and then, or it'll go inside of another directory and I'll just export them all from this index. Did I name it custom event? Or did I name it Svelte event? Svelte event. And it was HTML. Shit. Pointer event. But I think in our case, it's going to end up being a mouse event, which we really should change it to a pointer, but we'll keep it pointer for now. We don't need this for Svelte 4. Is there a reason these are interfaces? They're not terrible for performance if you're using Vite. Well, for one, they don't ever impact like production performance. At least in if you're using Vite, to my knowledge. I don't know how it is with like React and Next.js, but that's funny. Why do I love Barrel? I don't know. I've always loved them. I've always loved them. I don't have to remember where something came from. Sometimes my editor doesn't pick up on it, and I can just import everything from one place. But yeah, I haven't noticed any significant issues on some pretty big projects. Like Melt's code base is pretty massive, and we have them all over the place. and we don't experience any issues there. Does anyone know if these need to be interfaces or not? Like, do they behave differently when used like this with unions than types? Okay. I was just curious because I saw they use type here, but then they use interface here. So I was just curious to that one. Okay, and they basically define all this stuff here as state. Of course, we're not going to have this stuff, right? Do I want this to be a store? I don't think it needs to be a store. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be a store. I'm gonna have to do some interesting things though, but maybe it does. Let me think here. Yeah, we'll make it a store. This is what I love Copilot for. See, it's just gonna know what I'm trying to do here. I don't think we need access to the refs. Maybe we do, but I don't like the actual reference to the elements. But I guess we'll just start out with everything, and then I'll just kind of take things away that I don't need. We may not even need to make all these stores. I just need to figure out where they're being used. And go from there. Okay, so this is for sure gonna have to change. What we could probably do is have an action that handles this, but we'll see. So my understanding of the use callback is basically memoizing a function. It's only going to get called like but the values themselves are still going to be, we'll still need to have the actual active values. We can just use like get create on them out. Okay, cool. Okay, Luke. Yeah, I knew it was like, I knew it was for like union that, but I didn't know if it had to be an interface or not. Hey, what's up, Ghost? Yeah, interface is nicer, but the only problem is like editor, like when I hover over an interface or something that has like an interface, it just shows me the interface name. where I like to be able to see all of this. And then I use expand, like some expand utilities to spread them out and stuff when I need to. But yeah, I agree. The interfaces look nicer. I just want to make sure it's consistent across the project. Okay. What are we doing with this on snap? Change open time ref when we reach the last snap point to prevent debugging. Oh, so is this... Okay, so we are invoking that function. It's not actually updating by itself. We're invoking it. So we can actually just make this... Oh, it's coming from a prop. I guess we could do the same thing here, right, with ours. Prettify? Yeah, I usually use something similar to that. I use this expand. I also have prettier too, or prettify right there. But I use this expand a lot when I'm exposing props to users, because I want to be able to hover over something and see all of the... But then I also purposely hide things like the HTML attributes because those aren't really necessary. Okay, so we don't need a setter here. We also won't use modal, I don't think, because we have, I guess we have more granular control over that. We have, I guess we can keep it as a prop to this, but we have, with bits, we actually have all of those things separated out. So they aren't, like Radix does modal where that basically makes the dialog behave like a modal. So if you click outside of it, it closes. There's a tab lock, or I'm sorry, a focus trap inside the dialog. And then also, I think that's it. Close on escape, close on outside click, and focus trap. But we can keep this for now. Okay, so none of these are set by the props. Oh wow, there's 43 people watching right now. Welcome everybody. Yeah, expand works for nest. There's expand deep, which expands deeply nested as well. Okay, so open time. I want to say this doesn't need to be a store. Some of these will end up not having to be stores. Okay, so we're applying some styles here. Is this set just like a... Okay, it's setting styles. Okay, so I thought. Okay, so I'm trying to think about is how can we best approach this in like a svelte fashion, right? So unfortunately, since we're updating a couple of these different things, okay, I got it. Okay. So now I'm trying to think here. It's gonna be a second to think about this one. How I want to do this. Because we could use an action here. But well, not the problem, but this is interesting. The controllable state. This doesn't really apply to svelte. I mean, it will apply, but not in the same fashion. Because here they're basically checking to see if it's a state is being passed in rather than just a value. and they're updating that controlled state when they change anything internally, which is kind of like what we do in Melt with the overrideable. But with bits UI, we can just bind and we update that stuff. We update that variable. So this won't be necessary. Unless, wait, do they accept that as like a, actually, okay. Need to think here. Of course, there's 44 of you just watching me struggle. I know what I signed up for. It's okay. Okay, so this here, what this does is basically we have a prop, which should be like the snap point they pass in. There's also a default prop, which if we're comparing this to like how Radix does things, they have like a default open and open. Open is the controlled value you can pass in. And so they'll update your state wherever else you have that defined inside of your React components. And then if you just pass default, they just create internal states and use that. And then, so it seems like this is kind of like a essentially like the recreation of that. So they have prop, default prop, on change. That way it updates your active state. But I don't think we actually need that. I think we have a way to do that. So yeah, we can just use this. This is the overrideable thing I was talking about. And the way we're going to use it is I'm going to use it internally, but we can still just bind open or bind like active snap point. We can bind that. But internally, I need some type of way to know when something's going to change so I can then update the bound prop value. Unfortunately, all this stuff might be different in Svelte 5, but I'm trying to think about that too much here. So I'm going to yoink some of the stuff from Melt. This was made by Thomas Lopez, or he made this function here. Okay, so we have this overrideable. So that's going to be basically the same thing as a controlled state. At the end of the day, that's what it's ultimately going to result in for us. We'll also likely want effect. So we're going to want a couple of things from Melt here that I'm going to rip. These are basically just internal helpers that are going to make our lives easier. So like this effect here is, I guess, similar to how effect is going to work in, well, how it works in React right now, really. It's not as similar as to how it works in Svelte 5 because they do automatic dependency tracking. Whereas here we have to actually specify the dependencies, but And so basically we're able to essentially run effects on stores when a store changes, which is basically what we're going to need, because everywhere they're using use effect here, we need to react somehow to that. And so this is a way of getting around putting all of your putting all that logic inside of a reactive statement inside of a component. It allows us to abstract it out into like another, like a function like this we're doing here. And so they have this on open change here. Are they just forwarding that down to radix? Yeah, okay. Let me think about this for a second. How do I want to handle this? I'm trying to think really quick here. So basically, I need to have a function that like on active snap point change as well, taken as a prop to this. That way I can call that setter. Essentially, it's like a setter, but it's so in bits, just to explain what the hell's going on here, because that's why I'm. So if we look at like the dialogue, and this is svelte 5 right now, so it might give me some weird errors. Let me just switch to Of course. So if we look at dialogue, basically under the hood, we're using melts, right? So we're using like a builder pattern, which is kind of what I'm working on with Vaul right now, because it just makes managing state throughout various components within the same bigger component much easier. But as you can see here, like we have an open. So whenever someone passes an open prop to bits UI, whether they bind it or not, it doesn't really matter to us. We set that as like the default open, which is just a value. And then we have an on open change function that's called whenever that open state or the open store inside of the dialog changes. And when that happens, we basically set open equal to that next value. And what that will do is then updates like the bound prop. So that's how you're able to do things like, where is it? Yeah, so here's like an example of controlled usage. We can just do bind open here. And then this will always stay in sync with whatever's happening internally because we bind it. If we just pass open without binding it, it's just going to set the default state. Nothing will happen to your dialog open state here. And so that's kind of what I want to replicate within Vaul. So I just need to like basically handle that the same way. So this is going to be default open, I think. Because basically what I'm going to have to do is, like, if we look at bits, I'm going to have to still do this stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to have to call the onOpen change. I'm going to have to pass another onOpen change to bits, to the bits dialog whenever we get to that point. It's then going to update this open state up here. And that should keep them in sync. I know it sounds kind of silly, but wait a second. What is lost here? Oh, okay. That's where that comes from. Okay. Okay. So now we have this hook thing, which yeah, I'm good that I can be your coding buddy. So like the hardest part is the beginning. Once I get things like going, it starts to become, oh, I should refactor this, or I should refactor that, or I should move this somewhere else. But the hardest part is just getting all like the pieces in place to where it's actually gonna half-assedly work. Okay. Okay, of course, the types are not going to be correct here. This is actually going to be a writable. And this some of these things may stay stores, some may not. Some may become just values. It just depends on how it's being used. Think about this for a second here. You're in Florida, Jeff? That's where I live. What part of Florida are you in? Okay, so I don't need this right now. I'm overcomplicating things in a second. So let me just take a step back here and get to like cross these bridges when I get to them. I'm trying to cross things too early. Okay, so for this case here, like this is basically being able to use setter, like setting value from inside of this hook up in the like root Vaul component. Now, we don't need this to happen here. So we have this active snap point, which should become a store. It's going to be passing the component as a and so then actually, Oh, what am I doing? I love Copilot sometimes. Look at this. Get back over here. Oh, okay. You can be like that. All right. What's a derived in Svelte? It's basically a derived state derived from another state. I don't know about a good alternative, Norden. There probably is something out there. So basically derived here is this value is going to update. It's going to recall this function whenever either of these two stores change. So I pass in the two stores, and then this is like the value of those stores at that point in time that either one of them changed. And then whatever you return is the value of this store. It's a readable store. The problem is that this could potentially be undefined. So we'll probably just default these to something. Actually, I think in here they're doing it. So yeah, they're using it to set the default if there isn't one provided, I would imagine, or if the state isn't provided. Yeah, so they have the uncontrolled state here. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. So then in that case, what we can do is snap points doesn't have to be, or snap points wouldn't be a writable here. And then what we'll do is Yeah, okay. I got it. Actually, hold on a second. Snap points. If not snap points, but wouldn't snap points... Okay, so it could potentially be undefined here, of course. I'm trying to think about, does this need to be a store too? I'm just gonna make it one for now. But this doesn't make sense though. Because technically, how is it just assuming here that this is in fact going to be defined? Oh, okay, no. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, so like, what is settings? Is snap points ever changed? Like, obviously it'll react to updates of the prop, but okay, so in this case, I don't think that's even necessary for this to be a store in our example here. We should just use the snap points prop should it be provided. And instead of the whole setting this controlled value like they're doing here, we can just use like an overridable for this. So Okay, so this could potentially be undefined, I guess, which is okay. Love these long streaming sessions. Yeah, they go by really quick. I this is actually gonna have to be a think about this for a second. Because I'm trying to design it internally like Melt. I think it's incredible for like internal library code. But I want to make sure user facing wise, it's similar to bits. And you can leverage like just bind value like a normal component. And so I'm trying to find the right balance here of that. And I will think we will need this actually. So in this case, I need to think about this as this is internal code. So when I create something, when I create Vaul, I'm going to do that in the root component, but then props that the user pass in are going to be passed to this as necessary. But then I'm also going to be able to control some of these props as well. So there's going to be like an in-between. And I've been so far thinking about it like I'm going to be exposing all these to the user when really this is being created to expose to myself. And then I can update the user API and behaviors. Okay, so on active snap point change, these change functions are actually going to be the hell's our change function at? Oh, I already have it, I think. Already, again, I don't know how far I'm going to get with it. We'll see. I'm making an attempt, okay? Not promising anything. But I'm hoping that by streaming, I'll hold myself more accountable. And I'll just realize it's the weekend. So instead of these being on change functions, and again, I also want to emphasize that most of the hard work has been done already on this. It's just a matter of how well can I translate this. Okay, so this should this should be okay now. So yeah, this is what we're going to use as a store. Same thing with open. I think we'll do this here. Okay, so for the snap points, active snap point, yeah, but this is depending on a lot of things. So maybe we do make snap points a store so we can actually derive from it. But it won't have to be an overridable. I actually guess you read only one. Nope. I know exactly why too, because I'm gonna have to manually update this whenever I update that. So this will be writable as well. And then we'll pass this here. So where's snap points? Snap points. What did I do? Did I do something different? Oh, okay. You asked a question? Sorry. Is snag points depending on a lot of things, or do a lot of things depend on it, or both? It's a lot of things are depending on it. Well, some derived state here. And so the reason it needs to be a store is basically the way that I'm constructing the library. Because here, like, they have a root, they have a component that's exposing all this stuff. And so like when a user updates one of those props, obviously it's going to, or a value that's being assigned as a prop or passed as a prop, it's going to update that. But in here, it's a little bit different. But I'm going to have that same behavior. I just have to accomplish it a bit differently with how I want to tackle this. Maybe we'll change it up, but we'll see. Okay, so now snap points is going to be a store. It could be readable, but there's a reason that it's writable. We'll cover that here soon. Actually, no, Seed, not really, Cedro, because I've already done some refactoring of bits, some of bits components to Svelte 5, and it was actually pretty easy. But that's basically what I'm doing right now is I'm setting it up for that. I'm setting it up to make that really easy. It'll be a matter of we replace these stores with like state refs or whatever you want to call them. And then it becomes like the functionality is the exact same, except you just call .value or .whatever. But, or we could even put all this into like a single object, right? Okay, so what are the, okay, so these are the props. I'm gonna move some stuff around here. So actually, Ben, I said no, it doesn't. I will say it does make me hesitant to make content, like videos and stuff, because of the fact that, like, I mean, again, Svelte 4 isn't going anywhere, but just like the way things are handled normally are going to be changed, which kind of sucks knowing that that stuff's going to be obsolete soon. Okay, so we have this function here that we're also stealing from Melt. Again, a lot of this stuff I'm using like the same patterns that we're using in Melt. Because as you'll see when Svelte 5 comes around, I do some streams on that, it really makes refactoring this into classes or even just like objects or functions with getters and setters so much easier. And it's also easier to debug. So what we're going to do here is, instead of doing all this craziness here, we should be able to do like a two writable stores function where basically we pull out certain things. We're going to pull out like the open, on open change, a few things like that. And I also need one more thing here. I need okay. So now instead of a lot of this stuff here, what we're going to do is we're going to say but we're pulling them all out here. Yeah, I did see that. I've been chatting with Robert. This is all part of shadcn. It will be. That's the goal here, is to get it to use it in shadcn. That's why I'm motivated to do it. Default open, on open change, default active snap point. What else do we not need to be stores? We don't need the on drag, on release. Hell, at this point, it might be actually better to do the inverse here. Where's default open? Default open, on open change, fixed. So really, active snap points. Default active snap point. When will I add scroll area? That's a good question. Maybe after this. Maybe after this. Someone summon me. Do you have plans on migrating to 5? Yeah, of course. Apple. I've already started working on some of those, but not too much. Just because I just don't know how much is going to change. C-Drive, you need like a CMS for that. Look at like Directus or Payload or one of those. It's basically what they were designed to do. Yeah, Sanity's cool. I think what is Sanity the one that has that weird query language? It's something I just don't like that much about it. Okay, it's gonna be an interesting one with the different styles and stuff. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna have to go eat here in about 20 some minutes or so. But I'll just take a pause and I'll come back. Maybe I don't stop streaming until I finish this. What up, Tommy? It's going good, man. Don't look over here in these files. I definitely didn't rip these from melts. There's no way I'd ever do that. No way. I didn't do it. Okay. Snap to point is more of, oh no, it's actually, it's like a derived function, right? What's that React on my Svelte code doing? I just copied it over. Yeah, it definitely is, Antonio. Like 1,000,000%. If we were using Svelte 5 right now, I would be much further along. But again, the initial like lump, the initial getting all this stuff in place is the hardest part, or is the most painful part. Once the flow starts going and you're like, okay, now I have a grasp on how everything's set up, where everything's at, then it's just a matter of like getting the interactions and stuff to behave the same way. The reactions, like sometimes I'll make things react too many times, or I won't make things react enough. Or make things not reactive that should be reactive just because I missed something in the React code base. But yeah. So this is actually a derived function. So it's going to return, this store is actually going to return a function that we can then call, but that function will always have these latest values. We don't need the set active snapshot there. GraphQL, what font and what theme is that? This is GitHub Dark. So it's just a GitHub Dark theme. The font is, oh, by the way, I am working on my own personal site. For future reference, you'll be able to go here, hopefully, eventually, and see some stuff, like what I use. Obviously, you can see it's not done yet. I'm still working on it, but yeah, I use I think it's Cascadia code. Sorry, got off track there. Yeah, Cascadia code. I've been using the same font and theme for a long time. Tried changing it a couple times. Every time I just come back to these. I tried all the new fonts, the new Vercel font. I tried the new GitHub fonts, but this one just resonates with me, you know? Okay, so they have this set function here, which is nice because they're basically able to just easily set styles on these different things. So we're going to yoink that. I think it's in helpers, set. And we're gonna do some really cool stuff here in a second. So with these drawer reps and stuff, it's gonna be really nice what we're gonna do with these. Oh, wait, what is it? Oh. A weak map? Is that the only place we're using this? Oh no, we're using this a few different places. What's up, Thomas? How goes it, buddy? What's up? Bit sickish. I have to melt again. Bit burnout. Yeah, man, it is quite easy. That's how I felt with bits for a minute there, because I had spent so much time with the whole redesign of stuff and then documenting everything again, because obviously like a lot of these are similar to melts props, right? But then there's some differences and obviously not the same types. So going through here and ensuring all this is accurate, writing tests for all of the components. It was, and then also on top of that, the new styles for the docs, which I actually have to finish up this weekend. But yeah, man, I can feel you there. Bit exhausting. Yeah, the color picker is me awesome. I actually needed that the other day. Gotta do my own builder sometimes. Hey, no, seriously though, Thomas did like majority of the hard work with melt. Do not give me any credit over him. Because that all of these things that he made, like what makes melt pretty easy to build builders with and build components with, are the internal helpers. Like this helper here, and it's funny, I actually watched this evolve from, what was it, elements, what was it, Thomas? It was like elements with derived, or element derived, element multi-derived, element, yeah. But this contraption right here makes the authoring experience for the different builders so much better than what it used to be. Yeah, it was fun. I remember shit, when was it? What were we doing? I can't remember what we were doing. We were doing something that was like, ended up creating a nasty bug that we hadn't forecasted. Oh yeah, the milliseconds, man. I think we spent like 3 hours that day on that call trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Fun stuff. Sorry, I'm just kind of consolidating some stuff here because I don't need all of these like. Yeah, I know. The first index we had with Melt was actually so clean. Well, it's cleaner, like it's almost as clean as it is now because of the, but this is before preprocessor that the incredible Adrian decided to get into. I'm still trying to apply enough pressure to him to build like MDX for Svelte. We have MD specs, but I have a lot of complaints about it. I'm not going to express those complaints because of the fact that it's open source. I'm not sponsoring the development of it, nor do I have the energy or desire to submit a PR to fix those issues. But it could be better. So I'm hoping with Svelte 5, not that Svelte 5 in particular is going to unlock this ability, but hopefully. Does it really? Yeah, you told me that. I need to look into that again. Didn't your manager or something get on to Penguin? Yeah, I'm not going to get onto him because it's a great project. Just certain things, like I don't agree with certain decisions, like the plugin, like automatic highlighting and things like that are nice to have. And so you want to customize them. And then, like, I guess a good example of it is to look at, well, for one, I'm actually using a fork. I actually forked it. Well, in shadcn-svelte, I'm using a patch, which is why it's stuck at version 10.6. But I think in Bits and Melt, we're using like a fork that I published of it, which basically removes some of the stuff that was breaking the ability to use certain rehype plugins, like rehype pretty code. But like, again, some things we're doing are more custom than others. Like I'm like dynamically inserting in the previews based off of like something. But one thing that's really annoying is like this. So if I go to any of these, let's say button.md, like here, right? So this component preview is basically the parser is looking for a component preview. And then what it does is inserts, and then it grabs the name property or the name attribute from it, goes and finds that demo. So I have a file called button demo here. He goes and finds that, gets the source code from it, and then also renders that component. It replaces this div with that component. But for the life of me, if I don't have this div here, MD specs, like if I just do this, MD specs doesn't provide a way for me to like, it doesn't treat this as a node like a normal node would, to where I can actually like just insert something in between it. Maybe I could, I don't know. Seizure graphics, I'm doing that here as well. So I have this metadata thing, which could be better. I know there's like some libraries that do it, but every time I've used them, my OG images didn't work. So I just resorted to something like this. But then I just dynamically update the title based on the page data's title. And then you could also do the same thing with description or whatever. Or you could have a store, I guess, that would update. You could update whenever one of those changes, but. And this just goes in the root layout. Right here. Yeah, MD specs is good, mostly good. It's most of the way there. But it took me forever to get it to work with what I needed to work with. Okay. Wait, am I missing something here? Hold on. Drawer ref, snap points offset. Why is this? Oh, because it's readable? Okay. We have an effect in here as well. Oh yeah, that's a drive function. Wait. I have this twice. What the hell? So this can potentially be null, but which is why I'm getting an error here, but it, but I guess in this case, so active snap point offset. Maybe I can return here if that's not. Oh, whoops. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go eat here in a second. Soon I finish this function. I'm not gonna end the stream, but I'll be back in probably, I don't know, 15 to 20 or so. Approximately one will be added. I have no clue when I finish it. Skill issue? No, I'm going to refactor, Thomas, okay? I'm just trying to get it to work with the current logic. And then from there, I'll kind of figure out how we can clean it up a bit. Skill issue. This could likely just be a derived function, considering how many gets we have, but yeah, you know how it goes sometimes. Oh, whoops. But none of these are all like, these aren't hot functions. Or not in the hot path, whatever the hell you want to call that. But yeah, we could probably move these into somewhere else, but we'll see. I'm going to use bits likely, but I may have to use melts. But certain things like there's, if you look here, I can see there's gonna be some issues probably because they have like pointer events being handled, or I think we do mouse events. And then also, Thomas, this is actually I was going to talk to you about. So this is probably something that we should expose as a prop, like a click outside handler or on pointer down outside, whatever the hell. Because right now inside of melts, well, yeah, I guess it could be it'd be a custom event or a prop, whatever, either one. But nonetheless, if we look here, use click outside, like we have this handler here that we obviously handle ourselves, but what we probably should do is allow the user or dispatch an event, allow them to handle it however they see fit. I think actually Luke Edwards was asking about that actually the other day, because he has his own custom click outside thing that he's using. Yep, for sure. So maybe I'll submit a PR alongside of this and just use like a patch while I implement it, but we'll see. Yeah, definitely we're going to want this. Because again, this is nice, but one of the cons is that you can't stop this from happening. Okay, I'm going to go eat. Quick break to go eat. Oh, there's 45 of you here. Wow. Welcome, everybody. Didn't see you all. Yeah, I'm going to go on a quick break, eat dinner, and then I'll be back, and then maybe we finish this tonight. We'll see how far we get. Okay. I'll be back soon. Okay, we are back. With coffee. What up, Poppy? Ugh. Okay. Back to what we were doing. This will all start coming together here in a few once I get the once you get all these pieces in place. Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. I guess their Friday. Nobody thought it was a thought it was Thursday today. All day. Okay, we're almost there. What do I need that writable for? Oh. Oh yeah. This could possibly be null here. Nice. So they already have some nice checks here in place. So technically this could be null, of course. And we can just destructure these things out. We already have active snap point, so we actually don't need to re-return that again because we just need a reference to it in here so we can update it, I think. Well, so we can derive things from it, I guess, but I don't think we're not even actually updating it in here, which is fine. So we don't need to return this. Actually, we do need this. We don't need to return this. Okay. Actually, I think it should maybe be a store. Oh, it is a store. But why is it any? Because it's potentially not. provided. What up, Thomas? What up, Rudrock? Okay, yeah, because technically the user doesn't have to provide snap points, but in that case it should be undefined. Which it is. Wait, why is options any? Oh, geez, you guys let me stay here and do that, huh? Okay, this should make more sense now. There we go, okay. What up, Adrian? Ben, what's up? Making some progress, finally. Feeling good. We're able to start moving a little bit now. I'll do this later. I'm trying to over optimize at the moment. Uh-oh. Adrian, run quick. Okay, so snap points or undefined. This might break some stuff in here. Wait, actually, no. But actually, are we setting? Is he setting? Are they setting a default? I know, right? I was just thinking about that, Thomas, a minute ago. Like insanely easier. It'd almost be like a one. You can almost one-to-one map it. Yep. But the nice thing is that once Svelte 5 comes around, it'll be a matter of just replacing those stores with like replacing this function with like a reactive class that can then use methods to update it and stuff. Okay, so snap points, right? Snap points are optional. But what's interesting here is how could this possibly be string or number here? If in fact, see, this was kind of confusing to me. Yeah, I don't understand this. Oh, I guess because we're defining fade from index. It makes it okay. Type-wise. I can do something like this dot snap points, right? Or no? The hell am I thinking of? This does not work like this, does it? What am I thinking of? Where does this work? Oh, and I'm destructuring. That's where that works. Shit, let me think here. This is absolutely disgusting. I don't even know if I can do this. Oh, yeah, I guess I can. I'm about to go DH on this and just drop TypeScript. I think it's gonna break everything, maybe. Okay, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, because snap points could potentially be undefined due to the variation of the components or the props fade or without fade from props, right? So in that case here, what exactly is, okay, so this is only being set if snap points is provided, because otherwise this value is to false, this becomes undefined. So my question is, how is, oh, it's optional. Which is fine, I guess. Okay. And so how are they handling this inside of here? Snap points. Oh, they're doing something here with this use controllable state. But the default value would be undefined. Okay, so this is any type. That's why it's not yelling over here at this end. Okay, that makes more sense now. So I should just be able to just conditionally handle this differently. We'll find out, I guess. Okay, it's happy now. TypeScript is happy. Yay. At least over there. Is this the way it's, or is it omitted? Welcome everybody. 33 people. Wow. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So we're in business. We just have a bunch of props that we haven't used yet, which is fine. So let's go back in here. Okay, what is this prevent scroll? I thought Radix does this. Oh, okay. Wait, is disabled not modal? You vibing? We sure are. So my question is, yeah, mixed. That's, I mean, I think they're closer now than they were, of course, when it was first announced, but yeah, there's always that possibility. But I think for the most part, most things are going to stay similar to how they are now. I think they found the right place. Okay, so prevent scroll. I thought that Radix is doing this when you use modal. So I guess in this case here, are they just... So there's is disabled, right? Yeah, well, if you notice, Svelte doesn't really use the word signal because the fact that it's just an implementation detail. I mean, they still are signals under the hood, but to you, it doesn't really matter what they're called. or to us, I guess should say, not to you specifically, but because you don't have access to the underlying signal. Yeah, that's why they've tried to not. That's why it's state and not $ signal, for example. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what this is for. I understand what this does, prevent scroll, but I thought that Radix is doing this, and I'm not seeing them disable that ability. So like Radix remove the scroll. Unless they're putting it inside of the overlay. Okay, they're not. Yeah, so I'm kind of confused by this. I guess maybe it's their own way. They want to be able to do it themselves as well. Like before Radix does it or after Radix does it or something. I thought there was like examples somewhere. Oh, code sandbox. Okay. Are you serious? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here, yep, trying to get the scroll bar on the page. Okay, so when I open this thing, this is such a lovely component. Wow. Like, oh. I don't want to sound like Theo having an orgasm over a toast, but man, I was dying laughing at that. I don't know if you all saw that or not. That had me dead. Even better that he posted it, like didn't edit it out. It was just like a, yeah, it was so funny, man. This is so nice though, right? Like this is just unbelievably clean. And like, look at the background too. Oh man. I still don't know what that prevent scroll is for. So let's just try to figure that out. Shit. Also, if you didn't know already, if you use Mac, you can get tabs in your VS Code. I just realized this, I think when I was watching Antfu's stream, I saw he was doing that and was like, how is he doing that? Yeah, no, mixed nuts. Yeah, I honestly was like, Sonar is really cool. It's a really cool component, but I have had like my, whatever it's called, reduced motion on. Actually, speaking of which, Chrome extension for reduce motion. Yeah, so, oh yeah. Were you the one that recommended it to me? I think you were. Yeah, it's incredible. I won't use anything else now. What I'm trying to do, so I on an OS level, I have reduced motion set, so I don't have that weird like slide back and forth when I switch desktops because I switch them so often like this. But I don't want it to be on in my, I want it to be on in my browser though. Yeah, like here's this, like, I don't want to do that though. I know I can temporarily change it, but I actually want motion on in my browser, just not in my OS. No one made an extension for this yet? Does anybody know how I can do this? Whatever. Whatever. It's okay. I'll figure it out another time. Back to our Vaul. Back to figuring out what the use, what is it? Prevent scroll. Isomorphic layout effect, which I learned yesterday, is an effect that's run. It's a layout effect if it is server side. Use effect if it's client side. And to my understanding, layout effect is basically runs once on the initial load, I think. I keep doing this on accident. Fires before the browser repaints the screen. Okay. So this would, I guess, prevent like flickers from happening. Or prevent like content shifts and stuff. Since use effect happens after the update, it's like before update, right? I think it's like before update in Svelte. Or effect.pre, I think. But why are they doing this? Yeah, I saw this. Is this going to persist though? Yeah, it only lets me do it It only lets me reduce it. Which kind of sucks. It lets me emulate having it reduced, which I already do. Where I want the inverse of that. I want to have it reduced, but emulate it not be reduced. It's okay. I'm sure there's an extension. If not, I'm gonna maybe figure it out. Yeah, it's annoying because I wish I could just set my settings on Mac to like disable that sliding effect, because it makes me sick watching it. Like this would be slide, slide, slide. It takes forever. Okay, anybody have an idea here as to why they are using prevent scroll? Even though Radix also does this, Radix is not sufficient. Tamper monkey, write your own script. Yeah, I know, Thomas, I know. But with this though, it's when you reduce motion, it's much faster. Like you can see, I'm flipping between desktops. I have it like set on my mouse here. These two little side buttons, so I can go between different windows, or between different desktops. When I was on Windows, I used to have it with Power Toys. You can set it to where it'll switch to the next maximized window, next full screen window. And so I like that. And it was instant, like snap, and I was there. You go watch some of my older streams, you'll see I had it there. But they don't have anything like that for Mac. So I have to use desktops. Okay. So I'm wondering if, I'm just afraid this is going to conflict with Radix's, but maybe it won't. When I say radix, I mean melt/bits. Wait, you can do that? Oh, but the problem though with that is I actually was using that, but the problem is I usually have, like on the right over here, I have arc behind OBS. So when I use that, when I do like arc here, which I actually have set to ED because I was so used to typing in edge, what happens is it ends up bringing me to this Windows, or this, it puts this arc on top of whatever I had over here if I have arc open in two places. So it can't, I wish I could like lock it to the, yeah, for edge, because I was so used to typing in edge. Yeah, if you try it with multiple monitors, you'll see what I'm talking about. And like put arc behind a bunch of stuff on your other monitor. And then if you do arc, it'll bring it to the front over there, which is annoying to me. The hell is this? Oh, it's a function. Okay, so I'm wondering though if this is used before radix or in addition to, because this is React Aria's scroll prevention. It looks like, yeah. This is an effect. This should still work fine with our effect. But this would need to be an actual. This would need to be a store. Why do they do lets here? Are they reassigning this? It's not reassigned anywhere. I know this is not email. This is React Aria, but is there a reason to switch from using arrow functions? It's just preference. My preference. I prefer functions if it's a function. Now for certain things, like if I'm just doing like something like strictly like a callback or something, rarely do I use them. Or if I want to assign a type, so if I wanted to do some func and then type it like this, and then have the props automatically be typed and stuff. That's when I use it, but most of the time I just go with function. It reads easier for me. And I don't like mixing the two. No? Oh, it's because it's a damn, it's not an object. It's not like that. Can't I do this? Whatever. Leave me alone. Linter. unknown here. I don't think that'll work, will it? Yeah, it'll still give me a. This is not my stuff here, but again. Wait. I'm gonna leave it alone for now. Maybe we fix it later. Okay, so we're gonna use our effect here. This is gonna end up being a store. It'll actually be, we'll make it readable. Oh, why is everything being let? What's up, Kevin? How goes it, man? Okay, I guess they just copied it over from React Aria and didn't like update it, I guess, which is fine. We'll update it. Like this is gonna be required. ASMR. Oof, man, that's your preferences are out of all the ASMR options out there. Kevin, I haven't. It works with Svelte 5 mostly. I haven't found an issue where it doesn't yet. So I built AOS, my little admin of Svelte. I did in Svelte 5, and I was using shadcn-svelte, which uses bits UI under the hood. And for most things, it's been fine. Like progress, of course. What else do we have? Okay, this is my heartbeat chart that I was working on. I didn't actually finish this, cleaning it up, but mostly I think there's some issues with modals or dialogue, click events and stuff. That's a Svelte 5 issue. Hopefully it'll be fixed. It wouldn't let you install shadcn. Why is that? What was it saying? You can go look in here, Kevin. I'm using it there with Svelte 5. See if there's something different in my config than yours. So like my question though, like in this situation here, if you're confident that target is not equal to root, right? So that means that scrollable would have to be something that's not root, but it could be root, meaning that there's always going to be a parent element because we know that target can't be the root. So therefore, in this case, would it be a performance hit to even check I guess it would be a performance hit to add a conditional there. Minor, nonetheless, but a condition, a runtime performance hit to get types correct. That's a question of mine that I have issues with sometimes, deciding if it's worth. Why is this yelling at me? Oh. What other errors do I have? We have a type like this. It's actually pretty good. Oh. Which time do you have right now? What's your usual coding time? And it's 8:33 right now, and my most productive time is after like noon. From noon until midnight. Adrian, are you in the chat? I mean, maybe I installed them and then upgraded. I'm not sure, Kevin, but I feel like I've been able to use it with Are you doing oh, is it npm? You were using npm, Kevin? Might be why. So I do pmpx shadcn-svelte at latest init. Yeah, so this works, Kevin, with PNPM. Should just use PNPM, trust me. I got peer pressure using on stream like last year. Best decision of my life. I want to say I have what is it? Did I guess I didn't do any of that. Yeah, Bun is cool. What was I using Bun for? Oh. There's a secret project I've been working on. I'm using Bun in that. Throwing a script during CI, and it's so fast. So much faster than having to like do TSX, whatever. Anonymous. No, it's the sheet's still going to be there. This can be in addition to. So if you look at the original UI shadcn, they have a drawer here. The sheet is still there. So this is in addition to, we're going to have this. And this is just so nice. Did it just crash my browser though? Like, this is wonderful. I default Bun for everything until it breaks. Thomas, you know what the secret project is. I haven't announced it yet. I met with the designer yesterday for the logo though. So I should have some concepts back somewhat soon. Where was I? What was I doing? Event scroll. Oh yeah, the events. So this function is really handy. It's an overloaded function for every possible event listener. and it returns the unsubscribe or the removal. It returns the removal for the event listener. Whoops. So you don't have to like do. So here, where is that? So in this case, oh, I guess this does too, but it's just a worse implementation of it. Look at this, no type issues. How do you like your coffee the most? I just drink it black. I have an espresso machine. I just do 2 shots of Lavazza Super Crema. That's it. Think it's worth paying designers for logos? In my case, it is. Because I can write off that logo for my taxes that I've earned from YouTube and such. So, but I think it's worth it to pay them. It depends on the project, I guess. Yeah. Like my logo actually saw a similar logo to mine with a different letter somewhere. I don't remember where. I think it was like an A or something. And so I just made mine with like the H in Illustrator. Oh, that's nice, Kevin. She only charges me double. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice, Ajit. It is nice. I think there's like something about paying for it. It makes you like you're pretty much deferring that responsibility to somebody else. As long as you trust the individual to come up with a good idea, you don't have to stress about it yourself. If you're not a designer, like how do you know what a good design is? That's what I've been trying to, like whatever they give me back, they're gonna give me, I think, like 3 concepts. And then from there, I'm going to decide on which one I want to move forward with. And then, okay, so we have our action here. This prevent scroll, which basically we're going to call during on mount, which this effect is going to run. The effects are going to run on mount as well. So we can just put this. Yeah. So they have all of these things here. These are stores. So what I'll do is I'll just set up a derived store. I'm going to derive basically from all these things. So we have is open, we have is dragging, modal, Hey, Kevin, of course. Hey, G, what's the logo for? You don't live, you live in like the UK or something, right? Yeah, it's in a store. All these hooks. With form, is validation required? Not on client side, but server side, absolutely. Client side is like a nice to have. Server side, it's a need to have. Otherwise, you'd be in a bit of trouble, bit of a mess. What's up, Cal? I am on a roll, yes. Very much so. Okay, so this is just an on mount. With no dependencies. Oh, yes, mixed nuts. That's kind of, I mean, yeah, at the moment, yes. Actually, yeah, it is, I think. No, I guess if you use it headlessly. So if you use, whoops. Not here. Where is it? So if you use controlled usage under the form.root, you can just not pass validators in here, and you still have to pass the schema. So the schema, the importance of the schema is that's how it gets types. The types are inferred, like the different types of your fields, as well as the values that those fields will have, are inferred from the Zod schema. So you still have to have it, but it wouldn't run the validation. But yeah, that's, otherwise it might not even, it would be, I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the whole one of the value adds of it. I could look at making it more flexible in the future, but what is this? What is this for? Wait, every render of the component. I emptied this. Oh, that was, okay, sorry. That was, I'm an idiot. Apologies. That's what was in here. Okay, so use effect without a dependency array. Okay, I guess I can't, Control Shift A. Guess that doesn't work either. Fine. Okay, so without a dependency array, this gets called on every update, meaning every update to any state inside that component. Right? This will run only on initial render. Oh, okay, without a dependency array, but an empty array just runs once. Okay, that's what I thought. Cool. So that's equivalent to like an on mount. This will be actually like an effect. Is open. Okay, so position fixed. We're gonna yoink all of this. I need to make like a helper to do this. I should be able to do this actually. Like if I, how can I do that? I'll figure it out later. What I want to do is just make a helper to where I can pass in a bunch of stores and it just returns the gets for all of them. Oh wow, that's really, I have not seen that, Cal. One sec. That's really cool though. I think we could do the same thing with shadcn-svelte. I think something similar with what we have. Do I want to do this? I kind of want to just be able to take in like an object, so have a function. I have no clue if this is gonna work. Okay, so t extends record of string unknown, and then I want the key, but I actually want it to be I think I can do this, can I? Can I do this? Oh, I may have to cast it. Am I just an idiot or what? Is this not okay? Thought I could do something like this. Whatever. It's coming along nicely. This is a map type, right? How do I make this, oh. Okay, whatever. Let's see if Copilot got it. What am I doing right now? Let me just see if this actually works. Obviously, I have some type errors there, but wait, is it dismissible like that? Oh, it is. I spelled it wrong somewhere else then. Wait, why is there two spellings of it? Is this one of those European American things? Is that what this is? So spelled, preferably not dismissible. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Nice, this is exactly what I wanted. So my type is just... Okay, I think this works, but... I don't know if it's actually going to fail at runtime or not. I don't think so, but my types are messed up here. But in this case here, like, I'm not really too sure. Like, if I convert this like this, I mean, this doesn't do anything for me though either. We'll see if it works. It's okay. But yeah, I was trying to do this so I don't have to go and do get. So like we need a few different things here. So I can just do drawer ref. And actually, I could also use this as like an object, but it's fine. What else do I need? Is dragging. Oh, I can just do this. Okay, what else do we have here? Is allowed to drag. I really hate like repeating myself over the time like this. I mean, maybe we do this, do state dot drawer ref. This looks kind of confusing though, but I'm just not going to be an ass. Wait. Why is this? Oh, I guess it's just the defaults. But I think it's going to be null by default because drawer ref. Maybe I just set it to 0. Okay, I don't even need half these. I'm just being an idiot at this point. Being extra as hell. This is what's called, this is what premature optimization looks like. Okay, why is... So I'm going to move these closer to where they're being used. That way I don't get them if I don't need to get them. If they're up there, I'm just going to get them immediately, even though I may return before I even need them. Okay. How's everybody doing? See, there's 36 of y'all lurking. What's up, Tomas? Silence is deafening, you know? Nice. Where's this on drag coming from? Oh, from props. Wait, on drag snap points though. Oh, that comes from use snap points. Okay. Whoops. Writing docs for what? What docs are you writing? Oh, sync props and state a bit better. Yeah, I was having to do something. I'm doing it all in effect in bits. I think it says the Svelte 5 one. Oh, this is Svelte 4. Yeah, I'm doing it all in effect for the props. I'll pull it up here. I broke something because well, actually, let me just switch to so for the accordion, this is how I'm doing it. So basically all the state is encapsulated here. This is what I would imagine like our builders would look like, right? If we just had to go the class route with them. Obviously these are a little bit more complex because I have two different classes for the different values. So like single state versus multi-state, which is nice because then I can just instance of, or, you know, it would be the same thing. So I don't have that yet, but it would be value. It would be value equals root state dot value. And then we can do an on track or an untrack for vice versa. Adrian, if Adrian's in the chat still, he has an example with skeletons that are doing it. I just looked at it. Let me pull it up actually. Yeah. Exactly. Yep, that's exactly right. 2 effects. Sonar's already done. Aldi or 80. Aldi. Svelte Sonar up versus Cell.app. But yeah, I'm gonna add it to shadcn-svelte soon. It wasn't drnoid. To be fair, I didn't start from scratch. It was already, a lot of it was already done by Robert. I just refactored it to be more Svelte-like and cleaned up some stuff, fixed some bugs. Yeah, it is done. They did merge PR and they added me as a maintainer or contributor for it so I can. Yep, so they just released the... Oh, I need to give them that other plugin for change stats. Or I need to put that plugin on there so it actually links the pull request. Yeah, this one was fixed a bug yesterday, but then, or this morning. But then yesterday we did this. So it is up. I already have this. Yeah, this is kind of annoying me having to handle this logic like this. But by doing this, it's going to make my life much easier transitioning to Svelte 5. Because basically, all these stores are just going to be part of an object, a reactive object. And therefore, we don't need to have all these gets and stuff. Okay, they just do it for those two. Hey, drnoid. Take care. RJT, what's up? Nice, I actually let you send a link in there. Incredible. Oh, if only I could copy it. Of course, it truncates it to where Hold on, Tomas. This is nice. Yeah, this is like one of the things I'm dealing with bits, right? That's that whole updater thing that we have going on. I guess here'd be a good example of it. Like this update option, basically. It's basically doing that, right? Yeah, that would be nice. What would the PP do? Would that not be, I guess, how would it shorten it? Without making it potentially not... Sync all, and then we'll just pass in all of the oh, technically we could do that with Svelte 5, right? Without a preprocessor. We'd have to use, I think, like effect.root. We could just have a function that has that state. Oh yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm still deciding on how I'm gonna do bits. Like, part of me just wants to get rid of the bind value, bind whatever, and just kind of go the direction of melt, how melt is right now, where we have like default open and open. Default open is just a value, but open itself is actually like a state. Or some reactive state with a dot value or something, or dot whatever, current, whatever the hell we want to do at that point in time. Like if you want controlled, do it that way. Yeah, but I don't... Yeah, I know. But you can't bind... Yeah, I know. But what sucks about that, though, is... like controlled uses outside of that. Like if you wanted to have a reactive state that wasn't bound to the component. If I wanted to define it in my layout, for example. Similar to how we have the controlled usage with melt. But it would dramatically simplify things internally, I think. I'm still experimenting though. Yeah. I just need to see how it'll be received and stuff first. Like, I personally don't mind that much. If it's a matter of me doing, like, it's one more, like, it's really not even, it's the same amount of lines of code. I could even make it less lines of code, theoretically, right? So instead of it being, where's our, let's just say accordion. So instead of it being bind value up here, it would be like, I don't know. I could even make it something like this. V, default value here, right? Or new V. I think I have accordion value here like this set up. I'm not exporting it, but you get what I'm saying. It'd be like this, and then I have my default value, right? In this case, we're doing type multiple, so it'd be an array. And then I just value, or like this, right? Versus const value equals $state. And then bind value. So to me, again, obviously it wouldn't be V, it'd be like, I don't know, something, ref or new something. So for me, I don't see that. If anything, it might be slightly more code the traditional Svelte way, at the cost of not being able to, if you want this value to be passed up to a component at a higher level, you now have to forward that. You have to bind it up that way as well. Yeah. I'm definitely curious how the overall community will feel about that. What I probably won't do though is have both. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how the hell to do that. Would have to have like another prop, like value state or something, which is just going to get messy. So I'd rather just have one. I'll probably open it up to feedback. See what people think. If anybody's here, shit, what did I do up here? Yeah, it would be the same as that, Thomas, almost. But more flexible, I think. Yeah, take care, man. Good night. You too, bro. I'm double fisting coffee and Diet Pepsi. Okay, I need to figure out something was up here that I deleted. Drawer ref. Height. Okay. We're getting close to being able to start to like put this thing together a bit. what else needs to be done? All the rest of this stuff, but like as far as getting the component to start actually like putting it on the page and messing with it, we're getting closer. Yeah, the beast. I know. I think they just wanted to keep the toast there for people that are already using it, or more flexibility. I'm not sure. After working with Sonner, I actually have some ideas as to how we can make the melt toast or implement the toast as well, like the regular toast, if that's what you wanted. Stop it. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. My favorite part about this is that, like, once I have all this logic here, I'm going to have used a store instead of a value somewhere, or a value instead of a store somewhere. And then everything's just going to, I'm going to have to spend some time debugging it, but it's okay. Okay, we just did. We did scale background and then the effect. This one on visual viewport change. Now we're on to these. The beast. I've had a PR for this. It's kind of tricky. Short answer is yes and no. Not the way you would think it would. I have it close to being done here. I just need to finish it, push it over the finish line. What's up, Joey? Welcome to the stream, buddy. It's good to see you in here. He is the chat. What's up, man? How was your Christmas? Besides the fact that you're upset that I'm a engaged man now and you can't have me. At least not right now. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. I tried really hard. Thank you. Like my new light? Got a light back here for Christmas. One of my Christmas gifts. Adds a little bit of ambiance into the backdrop. I also got a new lens recently, which makes it a bit better. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Okay. Hey, thanks, Zaraki. Appreciate that. I actually need to update the music because I've been listening to the same stuff since I started streaming. I have like 150 tracks or almost 8 hours of music. But considering my average stream is like 4 hours, I repeat songs. You may never hear them repeat, but I do. On open change, where's that coming from? Oh, this is I know what this is doing. I don't need to do this. I don't think. I don't know if I need this mounted either, but what I usually do is I'll just add them and add everything, and then I do that. Yo, Joey. Thanks, buddy. You didn't have to do that, man. I appreciate that. Wait. Oh, it's... I may need something like this in a second, but I want to say we should be okay like this. We'll see. Okay. Reset drawer. On release. This is quite the component. But we're getting there. Component. This is what we're building, Joey. You know, on like your iPhone, you have, like you can do this. You have this nice looking drawer here where you can slide it up and down. This is basically the same implementation, but for web apps. So your web app can have the same drawer. Specifically when you're on a mobile device, it's nice, like an iPhone, because you kind of expect this behavior. But it's pretty rare to have that on like a site. So we're building that for our framework. Yeah, that's what is interesting to me. Like these little things, that's like a perfect example. Like if you don't know much about web development or what goes into it, it's like you would imagine something like a simple drawer like this would be, with the amount of logic that goes into it, is absolutely insane. Should scale background. These are all, this is a store. Yeah, it's not at that level yet, Joey. Manuel, I do not do, I guess a little bit. It just depends on what project I'm working on. Okay, get scale. Everything should be good here. Yeah, Joey, it's fun. It's more fun than networking, that's for sure. It's like more creative, you know? This isn't very creative of me because I'm basically taking something that's already been built for another language or another framework, which is basically just a way of defining components and your sites and stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's only fun whenever there's something wrong. It only excites you and gets your blood pumping. I agree with that. When everything's working, it's just like, okay, cool. How are things going with your new job? You liking it? Is it too easy for you yet? Or you still feel like you're like learning stuff? Or are you having a hard time? I know you're not having a hard time. How's your job? Your new job? I guess it's not really new anymore, but are you still learning stuff, or are you feeling like it's too easy, or you hate it, or what? I won't tell them. There's so much. I'm at the refactor of this later. Holy hell. Oh, this is literally typed as any. These are just typed as any here. That's so interesting to me. Working with vendors. Do you guys have like an MSP or what? Like when you say working with vendors, like who manages or who's managing that stuff that you're not able to manage? It's not Aruba, is it? You guys have like an MSP that does some stuff, or really like an ISP. If you guys are if you're talking about like edge devices. Okay. See, like this is something that's kind of like, this is not, unless I'm missing a plugin or something. There is. Oh, okay. They're setting it here though. Okay, so I guess this is okay, I see what's happening now. So really what we could do is we could just say drag end time equals new date. This is going to be kind of backwards here, but I think this should be okay. That's ultimately what we're doing. We're not using that. Like we're setting it for something else to use it. Oh, you're gonna annoy me. Um, okay. Alrighty, let's see here. What do we got next? We just did on release. Some more effects. And again, I'm going to refactor this stuff out, move it around, probably once I get the logic down. Maybe so. Maybe that's why. Not for this framework for sure. There's I guess we could do something like if no drawer ref return. I have something broken here with my oh yeah. No? The hell? I have a formatting issue somewhere. Why is it not formatting? Doing something dumb somewhere? Yeah, it's definitely a formatting issue. You'd be correct about that. Wait, what the hell's going on? There we go. I already have scale background function defined, I'm pretty sure. I don't have... I do. Okay, if this is... Oh, wait. Okay. We're almost to the bottom of this function. Yes, we're almost to the bottom of the root. Yeah, it is. Actually, I don't have I usually have air lens on. Good thing I don't, because that would be kind of a pain in the ass right now. Be red everywhere. I prefer this much better. I like to return early, and then I don't have to have these massive indentations. Of course, not always possible, but for some things, like here, like if is open, wait a second. My logic's me messed up somewhere. Let me fix what I was doing. This is fine. This is fine. I think somewhere down here, right? So satisfied. Oh, thank you for putting all this cool stuff as well. Hey, no problem, Tobias. It's my pleasure to do so. Alrighty, we have all this shit in here now. Now we have our dialogue roots, which we're gonna probably install from bits. Okay, so we have this function here, right? We're gonna pretty much like return a bunch of stuff. Basically, we're going to turn a lot of this stuff. for now, let's just start here. So I guess I first need to figure out what everything needs. So I guess I'll return stuff as I go and then we'll figure it out from there. Whoops. So okay. Any chance we can get a cooking stream? There's only coding here, man. However, I will be glad to watch one of your cooking streams. I can't cook for shit. You know this. Why is this yelling at me? I didn't export it. Oh yeah, forgot we're not using Svelte 5, huh? Hey, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Good night to you as well. Not going to bed till I see a drawer. All right, very well then. Very well. It's 3 a.m. and I have to work at 6 a.m. Wow. That is a bold move. Okay, so basically this component's going to have some props, right? It's going to have dialog props. And it's also going to have dialog primitive dot root dot props. And then basically what we want to have we definitely need the open. And then we had like some other, what are the other ones? Did I add that over here? You shitting me? Okay, whatever. I will want to expand this, but then we have like snap points. Let's just go over here into the props and don't tell me. Okay, well, I think we're close. Where did percentage drag come from? Is that a thing? I don't need this. Maybe I don't need a lot of this stuff. Let's just focus on what I need right now, okay? So I know that we're going to have default open. And then we can do something like if open and then on open change, okay, so it's not going to actually be the true, this is not going to be the true. The true props that we expose to the users, we're going to expose them different. So I know for sure we're going to expose an on open change, which is actually already going to be exposed to the dialog primitive props, right? So Why are you upset with me? Oh. Okay, and we'll handle updating the options later on. Oh, it's gonna be a cluster F of things. Hold on. Because maybe I don't want this here. Okay, maybe I do. Just don't want to call it twice. So in here, I shouldn't have to do this in here. So by me binding to this open, okay, it's never going to call this. So instead of this, Why is the issue if you use libraries that could not be maintained anymore in the future? Yeah, just the lack of fixing bugs. Like, because some of the libraries, they may only have a couple people using them. So when an influx of people come and start using them in all different ways, there's a bunch of bugs that pop up. Security patches, sure, yes, that's obviously a big thing. But also just longevity of it. Is it going to be around in 3 months? Is Svelte 5 going to absolutely destroy it? Okay, anything about how I'm going to handle this here? Because basically, we have an on-open change for the inside of the Vaul. We also have an on-open change for the dialog primitive from Bits UI. We want to keep all of these in sync with each other, as well as the open state that the user can bind to. So if we look at Bits here, we have some different props, and then we have on-open change. So here, if open is not equal to next, we're going to call on-open change, set open to equal to next, and then return next. I actually don't think I have to do this, the setting of the value in here. I think I can just bind. But what I want to do is I can say if open yeah, this should do what I think it's going to do. We'll see. Okay, so these are the only props that are getting exposed to the user. This is actually going to be okay. Now, what are you so upset about? It's not still light out, JJ. Hey, what's up? It's almost 11 p.m. This is so annoying. It's because of these. Maybe I can just do something similar to what I'm doing in here. I don't think I'm going to be able to, though. Oh, that's what I hate about this. Trying to deal with union types along with props, because But I need this to work the way that it needs to work like this, because okay, give me 1 second. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I know what I'm doing for now until I want to deal with this. We're gonna do one of these moves. Okay. Shit. Nice. Okay, I released that already. So we just had a release today, I want to say. Where we exposed an L prop for all components, which I didn't even realize I would need that right now, but we do need it. So basically, now we can, if this had an element, the dialog root does not, but like dialog content, it has an L, which is an HTML div element that we can bind to, and we can use that to update that store. Okay, so what are they doing for this? Okay, they're setting their context here. Like, we basically are setting all of this stuff already. I guess we should probably just go ahead and Some of these things are going to be part of options, I want to say. Yeah, so like has everything except for these methods, and then the default open, and or the methods and the snap. Yeah. So we should be able to. Hey, I got up and went downstairs a bit. Eat dinner and stuff. It has been hours, huh? Thanks, help. Appreciate that. I'm sitting in a Herman Miller though, so I better not hurt my back. I think that's what that means, right? You get an expensive chair and you don't have to worry about back pain anymore. Okay. Somebody have all this shit set in here. And that's basically what we're doing here. So we're setting all that to the context. And that's basically what this is doing. So now our overlay. It's gonna be one of the annoying things about Svelte is that if I'm not exposing that, is this Svelte 5? Yeah. What do I need to expose? What do I need? Mouse up. Like, this is what sucks about Svelte 4 right now, is that because I'm not forwarding this event, I now have to do so. And of course, Svelte is going to yell at me. Why is this being like this? It shouldn't be a red error. It should be like a... Okay. That's a custom event. I think I already have a type for this in bits. Oh, I don't think, because I have this. Alrighty. Okay, we have mouse up now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna link this that way. Maybe Beast, we'll see. We shall see. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew here, you know? Maybe I'll make it and let someone else maintain it. Should someone want to do so. Oh yeah. Okay, so now we have this. We can now have an overlay. My IDE is spazzing out, probably because I have a few big projects open. I'm still going, yeah. Ludwig. I'm still going. I'm still working on Vaul. This is not going to be, I don't think it's going to be a super easy feat. This is one of the more interesting components. Maybe I make this an event. Okay, fine. I guess I will be a div element then. Okay. Here's the content. What are we doing with that style? Oh, just grabbing it in case they pass it in. Actually, oh, we're just grabbing it so they don't pass it as a prop. We have another prop for that as well. Why are you mad at me? Oh, just because it's unused? Okay, fine. Okay, what's going on here? Oh. Okay. So open focus is actually a prop of the root. Wait a second. Why is this not? Oh, I know why. I think. Because if I go in here, I have this. Okay, I have that here as well. Yeah, so I think it's just a type export error. So okay. Is that the case for shadcn-svelte too, or is it just because I'm doing this link thing? Oh, I'm not actually using the dialogue. It's just straight up forwarding it on, but I guess yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, good to know. This should be fixed now. Can we see it yet? No, unfortunately not. Not yet. It takes time. It's a process. I'm working on it though, I promise. Okay. Oh, wait a second. This just makes sense. What the hell's going on here? Again, I can't wait for SO 5. Let's go. I always forget that I can't use TypeScript. Yo. So confused right now why this is being like this. This is the worst setup ever. Undefined is not assignable to focus target. Because this, no, because of this. Oh. Appears I'm just the idiot here. Gosh, that was such a pain in my ass. Yikes. Was way too complicated. Okay, what else we got here? Got some pointer down outsides. Pointer moves, pointer ups. Pointer down, pointer move, and pointer up. These need to go in the content. Okay. I think I have to make some mods to bits to make this, or to melts, to make this work, which is okay. Okay. Okay, I already got that taken care of. Nice. See, but I don't think we need some of this stuff. Okay, so we are preventing their default behavior from the no matter what, which is good to know because we can still do that. The problem is like we don't have a way to we don't have a way to hook into the event itself though. So yeah, we're gonna have to update melts. That's why it's very nice to have entire, well, be a maintainer of almost the entire pipeline. So I can just go in here and make some changes. Okay, so basically what we want to do is so we have this click outside action here that we run. Has a handler. So this handler we could have like a like on outside click, right? Okay, I guess we'll put this, I don't know, here. Pretty convenient to be able to know, maintain, undermine, yeah, definitely RGT. Like, it would be such a pain if not. So even though sometimes I get a bit overwhelmed with some of the stuff. Hey, honestly, Omo, it comes to you eventually. Go back and watch my first couple streams. You'll notice the you'll see the progression, but you'll also notice the lack there of confidence. But again, I gotten a lot of value from seeing other developers live stream and just seeing that nobody's like perfect. Nobody just knows all this shit off the top of their heads. Like, you may be maybe really hot on some type of whatever your current focus has been on, or whatever your current brain context has been on for the past couple months, but then you try to do something you haven't done in a couple months, and all of a sudden you're like, shit, how do I do that again? Once you get back into it, obviously you remember, but I want to say at the same time we should probably do, and really Thomas might decide we want to just like get rid of these, because ultimately we're exposing two props that could accomplish the same thing. So if we have an on outside or on escape key down and on outside click, if you wanted to stop those behaviors, you could just call prevent default inside the function. Obviously this makes it simpler, but it makes the library more complex to maintain. Yeah. Yeah, RGT. Like we can keep them, but again, we have, it's a matter of like managing the shit that we have to manage inside the library, I guess. And then also it can be confusing for people because let's say you have close and outside click true, hard coded to true, but then you call on outside click as well, and then you call prevent default in there. Is it still going to close it? I don't know. That's why I said if you call it, it's not going to close it. But we basically have two props that could conflict with one another. That's the issue. How do I have nested form fields? What do you mean? Are you doing like a JSON form or something? Mixed nuts. Are you doing like a SPA JSON type of data structure? And you're using superforms. You basically access it like this. So like when what? So what do you mean by that? Like, is it? Input where you have a radio group for all or custom? You mean something like, oh, so you're basically trying to do like a conditional form. So really in this case, you don't really need nested necessarily. You just need to update how your logic works. So then when you click on, if I click on custom, then I get a bunch of checkboxes, right? So really like this, okay. So this probably shouldn't be a form field. Like it shouldn't be being submitted with your stuff unless you're literally submitting all with your form data. I imagine with your form data, you're going to submit like these different things, an array of these different things, right? Even if they say all, you're just going to go ahead and populate all of these, or do you actually have a value all? Okay, well in that case, if they check all, Yeah, you're gonna have to do some. Oh, you are saving them all. Okay. You're not. Like when you submit your form, are you submitting the word all, or are you submitting an array of all the different options that are available? If you're doing the latter, it'll be much easier to manage. Because then it's just a matter of when all is selected, all equals. I have to look at it in more detail. Okay, if custom, save the flags. Yeah, so in that case, you're using like a. I guess what gets submitted if they don't have, if they do all. So what gets submitted as the flags? If they select all, is flags just undefined or what? Yeah, but where does that logic happen? On your server? Okay. What are we doing over here in this? Okay, pointer down outside. Yeah, Ben, I am still at it, my man. Yep. It's very true. I don't know if I should be disappointed in myself or what, but yeah. Still working on it. Okay. It's almost been 8 hours. Holy shit, man. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Yeah, of course, Ben, of course. Alrighty. So like here, like I know for a fact I don't need this here, but someone else might not realize that they don't have to do both of those things. Wait. Close threshold. Okay, so back over here. On pointer down is gonna be on press. I mean, like ink? I don't know what ink is. Okay, I think we have this stuff done. I don't know what the hell a nested root is, but I guess a nested freaking drawer, a drawerception. I'm already, okay. Okay, so this nested thing. Um, Is that exposed to the user though? That's my question. I mean, it seems like it is. I'm not going to deal with that at this second, or that exposing. Cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, so I do need to care about this, I guess, a little bit. What are you mad about now? Okay. Getting closer. Hey, Yogan, thanks. I love you too. Okay. What's next? Is that it? The hell is this latest snap point being used that we're not using? Okay. Oh, man. It's been a long day. But I think we're getting close. Is Vaul headless or no? Unstyled, okay. I am curious about how these animations are going to work. We might have to make some changes, but... Okay. Wait, what? ahead and yoink all of this. Why are you angry at me? Okay, why do we have two mains? Um, this is really messy right now. I'm gonna clean this up eventually. Just give me some time. What else do we have? They do an object, which is not tree shaked like the way that we do with the barrels. Why is this angry at me? Wait, is this correct? It is dash, right? No. Without the dash. Why is this spazzing out of me right now? Just tell me what I'm doing wrong so I can fix myself. It is a dash. Edit a reload tracker? I know, right? I do it about 100 times a day. Oh, I'm not even running my dev server. I haven't even started the dev server at all, this whole project. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of all these tabs. Poppy, that's so sad to hear, but funny at the same time. Yeah, RGT, it is common. I don't know why. I have a pretty decent computer. It might be helpful if I actually import this hero into my app. Wah, wah, wah. Window is not defined. Absolutely incredible. Oh yeah, no shit. Sad. It doesn't open. I don't think I have the Ultra. I have the... How do I see all that stuff? About? I have an M2 Max, 32 gigs. Yeah, I didn't get the Ultra. I don't have a need for all that. Yeah, maybe I should have. Considering... Okay, so our drawer does not open. Why can't lib be found? I don't think this is happening anymore though, right? I think I just have some like botched logic somewhere. I just wonder why this can't be found. Do I not have an alias set up for that? I thought it did that for me automatically. Oh, I know why. Okay, now what the hell is all this? Okay, so our drawer is not opening. Step one, what do we do? Well, first things first. Okay, so something is desperately wrong here. Oh, I know. I think I know what it is. Knew it. Okay. Not sure what the hell is going on, but we have a drawer, I think. It's just slowly going away. I will add dark mode though to this right now because I'm getting kind of blind. Kind of makes the background look weird, but whatevs. Okay. So we now have this thing, but as soon as I move my mouse around, it like slowly disappears. Nah, reduced motion shouldn't be causing it because I can, this one over here works just fine. Let me just see what's going on here. Okay, so we are in fact opening it now. Now I need to see what's changing and what's causing this to slide around like that. I'm imagining it's one of my events in the contents, probably this on drag, which is interesting. Oh, guys, I told you there was going to be a time when I would attempt to use a store that should have been a value, and it would have ended up like this, where it's always true. And so it thinks I'm dragging it when really I'm not. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm not sure if I should be able to drag it all the way up there, but okay, it seems to be like jumping a bit, which is okay. It's all right. Everything's fine. How's this behave over here? We probably got another store somewhere doing some weirdness. Okay, so it should be bouncing up, I guess. We don't really have any animations going on, which I think is probably due to something. Oh, you know what it's from? I think it's from I'm not sure. Probably not. Yeah, there's some issues, of course, but let me just figure out what they are here. One is like the animation for sure is not. So when I click on this thing, like it's not sliding away. So it's something to do with the like leave, or like the close, right? I knew it. I knew there'd be more. Another one. Okay, so when I release, it's something to do with the release. I wonder if it's because of oh. Okay, well, I think that might be one issue. Okay, so it seems like it's not resetting once I release, right? So it should be resetting back up to the top, right? Why is that not happening? I'm kind of confused as to one of these is mouse up, one of these is pointer up. Either way, that shouldn't be impacting it, this specifically. I have a feeling this is something to do with... I mean, it definitely has something to do with the drag, right? Or the release. Ah, I'm gonna go nuts. Okay, boing, boing, boing. Seems, I guess it's not much more sensitive than this one. Oh, if I do it quick, that's when it does it. If I do slow, because it's doing some velocity. Now, one problem is that once it closes, it never reopens. So that's one issue. If I go nice and slow here, if I go fast, boom, it's gone. Okay, so we have some issues with our open state. So basically, inside of the root, let's just see here what's going on. It's either with the dialog or with the drawer. Okay, so it becomes true here. Obviously, the open animation's jacked up. I think we can fix that. Okay. Yeah, you can see how it never gets set to false. And that's because oh. Wait a second. I'm kind of getting lost here. I know I need to bind the open. That's so weird. Why is this not updating internally? So I have this open here, right? If open is not equal to undefined, we do local open.set open, which then updates the internal open state. Maybe it's just not calling the on-open change. Okay, it is doing it. It just doesn't call on-open change because we're doing that outside of it. Okay. So something happens here after we close it and we try to reopen it. Like it's technically open right now, but it's actually not open. So we close this, we click on open again. Wait, what the hell is all this? What is all this? Oh, I did something stupid probably. It's okay, we'll figure it out. Okay. So open changes here. Okay, so is open's being set to true, but something isn't being reset. Erg. Actually, I need to do this inside this function. Okay. So that doesn't do what we wanted it to do. So like what happens is when I click on it the first time, right? Good. I close this. Okay, good. I reopen this. There's something here. The overlay is here. But the drawer is just not opening. So something to do with the has been opened, I'm pretty sure, right? That would make sense to me, considering we have this has been opened. I guess we could do this in here. Let's just see what happens. I think I'm going to do like some infinite loop, maybe. Okay, no. Like what sets has been open to false? I don't think anything inside of our code. So what, I need to figure out what exactly that's doing. First, okay, has been opened is true. Hey, that's awesome. Hey, Jiff, you're very welcome. Okay, so has been opened doesn't get changed to false until like when we close it. And so if we look here at this is disabled, this to me, opposite of has been opened would be false, which I guess maybe doesn't make sense. Drawer height. Oh, this is a set. Okay, it's okay. We're fine. I told you all though, I would do that. Unfortunately, I have one too many times of doing this that I... Okay, I don't know if that would affect anything or not, but let's just find out. It doesn't, okay. Yeah, so let's look at drawer height. But that should... Okay, so let's just do... What do we do when we open it? That's the big deal, is when we open this bad boy, or when we release it, that's where we're... Yeah, so it definitely has something to do with the classes, right? Or I'm sorry, the height, maybe, because the dialogue itself is here. It's just not being sent back up to the top, right? Is it scaling? I can't really tell if it's scaling or not. I don't think so, right? There's always these little things I have to work out. Okay, like let's look at the body here. Open. We got scroll lock going on. Close this thing. We don't have this. Open. We got some weird stuff going on. Visible. Okay, so visible never gets set to true again. After that initial open. Where the hell are we setting it to true though? Hey, what? One sec. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so they have a set visible somewhere. Set visible true. In effect. Inside of content. Oh yeah, because the contents inside of it are what's I wonder if this is if we should use like I guess what is the equivalent of yeah, so it only calls on initial only handles it on initial render. Oh. Is this what it wants? Oh wait. I have delaying. Why are you mad at me? I don't think this is using like what I think it's using, of course. Oh, it is. Yeah, that's the issue right there. Content use effect is being called each time it's mounted to the DOM. So I guess maybe rather than this, I don't know if this is going to do it for us, but let's just see what happens. Okay. So maybe I don't want to do that. Basically what's happening right now is when I click it again, it's spazzing out. But it really should do this. Right? Your hopes came true or coming true. Wait. Why are these beside each other? Oh, okay. Wait. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe it's just because I'm... The hell has happened there? Oh, I know what happened. Okay. Okay, so it seems like before it finishes, right? Yeah, so let's look at these order of events here. So we have open, we close, open again. We have is open false, open change primitive true, open true, is open false. So basically it's like overriding itself. Hey, thanks, Crafted. Well, I have a master's degree, a master's in business administration. So my skills didn't come from college. I just do it. I guess that's like the best way to learn is just to try hard things. Like every time I try something that's hard or that I feel like is outside of my comfort zone, I get better and more confident on the next thing. Yeah, I don't really have a great pacing, or I guess I'm not good with balance. I usually go like 130% at something, and then I get burnt out, and then I move on to the next thing, 130%. It's like a cycle like that. Something I'm trying to get better at. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is that we don't do is open here. Is open. We'll control is open with this on open change. Okay, let me just see if this works. That's how they're doing it over here. Okay, so we'll try this here. Because basically, we don't have like a single source of truth right now. That's the problem. Is like we have these things going on, and then if it's visible, okay, I don't know what the hell happened there. My scale background's a bit busted, but it does appear that I think we're making this thing call too many times, something. Okay, so it's false. Okay, maybe not. Something with my... whatever the hell is happening back there is messing with me. So let's see what that is. I imagine that's that that's like scale background or whatever, I would imagine. Okay, so it only appears to happen the second time I open this thing. Poppy, I've never really used those, to be honest. It might be able to, but maybe not. I don't know. It's just something I have that's jacked up. I know it. Something with the second time it opens. Like maybe this. I imagine this is it, right? Like something in here. Yeah, see this? Oh, I know what's happening. It seems to be taking the... it's taking the style from the overlay. Or maybe not. Maybe it's... where the hell is it getting this from? Okay, it's getting it from this. Wait, what the hell? Why is this happening? No, it's not the language server. It's just some botched logic somewhere. Okay. Why is it restoring it so many times? So I open it once. Why is it doing it twice? Oh, I know what's happening, I think. So this effect's being called twice. So because what's happening is has been opened. Okay, that's not what I want. No, I don't think it's dollar signs. Basically what's happening is it's setting, like, if I just console log previous body position, right? So right now it's set to null by default. When I open the drawer, it's going to be set to null twice, right? And when I close it, it's still null. Wait, the hell? Yeah, it does become null, but Okay, so body gets this stuff here. Why does it get this stuff? Like, you see this? It gets like additional stuff. It gets a... Oh. I think I know what's happening. I think it's melts. Wait. Oh, I'm inside of the React code. Whoops. Why are you like this? Okay, now let's just make sure that that scrolling functionality actually is okay. Okay, scroll gets removed, but then gets re-added. I know why. This needs to be... This really only needs to happen whenever it's open. Oh. Yeah, but this is being called... This isn't being called like on destroy. Leon, that's you're the second person to say that. I don't know if I should be ashamed of myself or what. Wait, what the hell is what the hell is restoring that scroll? Yeah. Well, this should be called whenever this changes again. But the problem is that we're freaking returning early if it's disabled. Okay, something's busted with this. Let's see how we're doing over here. I actually don't know if this will work with being a nested effect like this. I don't know. Bastard. Maybe I just move this all together into okay, so it doesn't appear to be it doesn't appear to be calling restore. Well, I guess yeah, so like it shouldn't be. Okay, this isn't being invoked. What the hell's going on right now? First of all, what is this? Like, why does that keep re-adding that to it? Did I comment this out? Wait, do I have all this shit in mind? I do, okay. Oh, well, first of all, actually, that shouldn't matter. Where's that line at? It's commented out. Yeah, it is commented out here. Okay, so it appears to work for like a quarter of a second. And then instantly it goes back. So I'm just trying to figure out what is okay, well, that's slightly concerning, eh? Okay, so this is not being called again. Why is this always true? I feel like this is not okay. I have some messed up logic here or something. Yeah, runes are out. Well, they're not stable, but they are. You can start a new SvelteKit project with Svelte 5. So let's just look at our logic here, right, peeps? Okay, so maybe what I'm doing wrong here is let's try this. Oh. Why are you angry at me? Oh, I'm returning, that's why. Okay, why is this always disabled? Why is this always true? Is this logic borscht here or what? Like, is disabled, whether the scroll lock is disabled. It should be true until we open something, and then it should be false. Like in this situation here, this should be false. Why? Because we should have, it should not be disabled. Scroll lock should be, I don't know why the hell we're doing it like this. We're doing like backwards. I'd rather specify when it's enabled, right? Which is if it's open. Wait. Like this never becomes false. I'm not sure why. Okay, well that might explain something. Why the hell is modal undefined? Modal should be true. Amazing. Wow. It's because I'm a moron. This actually should have went. So basically what was happening, guys, is because inside of the component, we set modal to undefined. It should probably be set to false by default. I'm sorry, to true by default. But because it's undefined there, it is actually considered like a property. So therefore, it's not going to, like it is technically defined as undefined. It's not a missing property. So inside of our little default merge here, where we set modal to true, well, we obviously spread our default props before our actual props. And this one was set to undefined. Therefore, modal was undefined, meaning that this is disabled was always evaluating the true, causing hell for us, basically. So now when I click on open drawer, you're going to see the scroll is removed. We get all these logs that we weren't getting earlier. I was wondering why nothing was logging. When I'm dragging, the scroll stays removed. But when I drop it, and once it closes, then the scroll is restored. Basically, all it does is just goes over, it creates a new object for every key that isn't undefined. So basically it'll result in the same object without the undefined keys. And I do something similar in bits, but I usually do it inside of the CTX. So you can see here, remove undefined props. When I create a submenu, I do that for every one of them. Because of Svelte 4's terrible way of defining props like this won't be an issue with Svelte 5. A lot of things are better at Svelte 5, especially around props. Yeah, honestly, I think Thomas wrote that for me, to be honest with you. Actually, no, I think I wrote that. Yeah, they're hating on it because it's like more, if you only have like 2 props per component, sure, it's more of a pain in the ass. You have to define the type twice, or you have to define the thing twice, but that's the case with like anything that you're doing in TypeScript. Like unless it's able to be inferred by a default, if you're working with an object anywhere, you have to define the type twice. And again, unless you have inference somehow. Yeah, I agree. It's maybe not ideal for all cases, but for these cases, it is so much better. And like, you don't have to, like, whether a prop is required or not isn't based on if there's a default value. It's based off of the type, which is also really cool. Okay, so I'm not sure why this like spaz is open like this. Well, first of all, let me get rid of those console logs. Okay, so I'm trying to... refs is undefined. Why is the overlay being called somehow before the... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either. I'm not a big fan of that, Michael, but it is how it is. I wish they wouldn't have let us do it for so long, you know? Okay, so I mean, we don't have entrance animations for some reason. Why is my layout shifting like that? Yeah, I know, but with the one we have in Melt, it doesn't do that. Because we actually add padding so it doesn't shift. See this? Like they're adding padding here, but I think it's just wrong. Oh, okay, I see what we're doing. Hold on. So basically, before we remove scroll, we are getting the scroll bar's width. I mean, maybe we just use this. Well, they're doing a lot more here though, so maybe not, but definitely for the scroll bar, we need to add that bit. So wait, what are we doing over here? For cleanup, we are doing okay. Maybe we'll just do this inside of here. But what are we doing with this stuff here? Oh. Oh, they're already doing something like that here, but for the document elements. The hell's going on? Okay, fine, melts. Yeah, Yogan, we're still live. We're still live. Fine. Like, I'm not really too sure why we're doing all these other styles. I guess we were only doing what, like 2 of them? Why are we getting that shift still? Maybe we should do Oh, I know what's happening. You all see it? Oh, I just broke it, I think, by clicking outside. Click outside. Oh, wait, that's not correct. Okay, so we're missing something here. Where's that CSS class? Okay, so this has 14, right? That's what we should be adding to that variable. Something's removing it before we can do that. And it's likely that position fixed shit. Yeah, set position fix is being called before we remove the scroll. So it's likely we should just do that in here. Jamie, I think they're like the 10th person to say that. It's almost time for me to go. I'll finish this tomorrow, but I did want to get this scroll thing figured out. Okay, it's kind of spazzing out now a little bit, but I was just calling the effect after the other one. That's why. So now watch me open this bad boy up. Boom. Close it. Okay, that's not good. Okay. That's not correct. Oh, wait. I should be saying something to restore. No, it's fine. Really quick, now that I'm calling this prevent scroll before I do that, let me just go back to what we had. Which is this simple, very simple function here. No, it's shifting, okay. There we go. No. Son of a gun. Why is this happening? Yeah, it shifts when I drag it. Oh. Okay, so I know what's happening. This is breaking everything. Wait, something's breaking everything. Padding right. As soon as I drag this, though, it removes it. Oh, I think I know why. Okay, that makes sense. So really, this should not be happening over and over and over again like this. Best in what way? Not in this case. In this case, it's a very custom, a lot of custom styles, animations. Like, would it be easier? Absolutely. But I don't know if you accomplish the same effect. Maybe you could. I could just be not good. I don't really know why we're doing this all over the place here. Wow, look at that. Amazing, right? Now, I don't know why the enter transition's a bit buggy, but like we have this. And then we don't shift. Oh wow, it says even get repository. I was gonna say, why is it dragging there? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure why that's the case. But it definitely shouldn't be like that. Some of these like reactisms are just weird. Like we found a bunch of those. This is nice though. Now, if I can just figure out how to get the opening animation to work. I think this is going to have to be... Yeah, Ultra Sive. It's definitely, that's why I like a balance of the two. Videos are always typically like rehearsed. You know what you're talking about. You try to know what you're talking about at least. But streams, yeah, things take a while. This is actually a fast one, considering the shit that's in here. One thing that's I'm curious about is why the intro animation isn't working. I imagine that's something in here, right? Yeah, the wrapper, it looks like. Yeah, Michael, this is a port of something, so I'm just trying to see. I kind of again like copied most of the code over from React and then modified it. So I just need to figure out where that's happening and why it's not happening. I imagine it's going to be in effect. Oh. Ha. Oh, that's not mine. Shit. um. Nice, the background scales now. Look at that. Ooh, ooh. Okay, so okay, so this is where this is happening. I think, right? Like it seems like, of course, like when I release, well, I guess, am I missing, like, where is the class that's responsible for, like, what is responsible for opening this bad boy up? It's gotta be this, right? No. I think this is what's doing it, right? Or is it actually being applied to the... Oh. I need to figure out how to do this. I think that the visible thing is what's getting me right now. Okay. Oh, it's getting late. Probably gonna roll for the day. Made some good progress. You mean here? So it definitely has something to do with this. With styles that are being applied to the actual. Well, maybe it's here too. Yeah, it's gonna be this here. I think. Yeah, this gets added. I want to say so this isn't even in the DOM yet. So maybe it needs to be added before it's visible or something. Yeah, we can look at it tomorrow. But so far, we're getting pretty close. Obviously, I have a lot of cleaning up to do. But I mean, aside from the enter animations, we're looking pretty solid. We can drag down pretty far, going really slow, and it'll bounce back up. Then if we drag down quick, it'll disappear. And with that, I'm going to end this at almost 11 hours. I think this is my second longest stream ever. Thanks everybody for hanging out. 32 of you. It's been an awesome day. Tomorrow we will conquer this beast. Maybe get it published. Along with the Sonar for shadcn-svelte. Hey, thanks, Jamie. Appreciate that. Everybody take care. Talk to you guys by tomorrow.